क्लाउड में दिया, लैपटॉप में दिया था
क्लाउड
हाँ?
Hello. Excuse me, sir. This is Avinash here. Hello. Have you started the session?
Okay. Are you there?
Hello.
Yes, you can present your page.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Please wait for some time. We will
Oh.
let.
Sir, may I start?
Wait for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Ready?
Sir, hello. Sir, may I start? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, may I start?
Yes, sir. Okay, wait for 5 minutes. Wait for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Okay. Because our session chair, Dr. Sanjeeva, I'm giving the brief introduction about him. Working as a professor and head in Department of Information Technology at Government College of Engineering, Karad. He has completed his BE, ME, and PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from Government College of Engineering, Pune and Nanded. He was full-time postgraduate doctorate fellow at Center of Tele Infrastructure at the University, Denmark. He has also completed MBA in IT from NIBM, Chennai. He has 25 years of experience in academic and research. His research interest areas are internet technology, wireless sensor network, data science, and analytics. He has 100+ research papers published in international and national journal and conferences, and 3 patents to his credit. 4 research scholars completed PhD under his supervision from Pune University. Currently, 6 research scholars are pursuing PhD under his supervision in various Indian universities. He has completed 500 research projects in networking domain. He is a fellow member ISP, IEEE, and member of IEEE, ACM, and CSR. He is an international visiting professor. He visited Denmark, Sweden, Norway, China, Thailand for academic and research purposes, and other countries, UK, Belgium, Australia, Switzerland. So welcome, sir. Sir, please. Let's start. You can start.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very warm welcome to all of you present here. I, Abhay Kumar Yadav, research scholar, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi, would be presenting my presentation on adaptation of blockchain of things, opportunities and challenges. A blockchain of things is just a combination of IoT and blockchain together, giving the rise of a new concept called blockchain of things. My paper would be arranged in following sections. First of all, an introduction to blockchain, followed by some of the properties of blockchains, the existing issues in IoT, and how blockchain can solve these issues, followed by some popular blockchain of things project that are commercially available nowadays in market, followed by challenges in IoT and blockchain merger, followed by future applications, and in the end, conclusion. Without further delay, I would be starting my presentation. So, what is a blockchain? The blockchain is a growing list of records, also known as block, that are linked together using some cryptographic functions. It is a decentralized distributed ledger technology for storing records and distribute all the transactions across all the nodes in the network. Coming to the properties of blockchains, blockchain is distributed, meaning all the nodes are geographically located at different nodes. It is immutable, Once a transaction has been done on blockchain, it can't be reversed. It is for the lifetime. Timestamp, it records the time of whenever a transaction takes place in the blockchain network. Anonymous, it provides privacy. No one outside the network or even in the network know the real identity of the miner or the node owner. It is completely programmable, and few of the consensus method follow tokenization system. Means who will be the block owner, next block owner is decided on the basis of token. It followed a secure encryption method such as simple hashing algorithm, and it is decentralized, meaning the all the load is not given to a single server. It has been distributed to different small servers. So how we can use blockchain in IoTs? There are many areas of implementation of blockchain in IoTs. These include smart cities, supply chain management, smart devices, pet collars, smart lighting, retail industries, vehicles, and camera and security. Meaning wherever we can use IoT, we can also use blockchain with IoT, enhancing its performance and efficiency. Now, some issues that are existing in the IoTs. These are unauthorized and incorrect access, issues due to encryption, some fault in software may result in the whole IoT malfunctioning, need of trusted environment. Normally, IoT has some trust issues and privacy issues, and intrusion detection systems are missing in IoTs. Now, the blockchains can tackle these issues easily. How it can tackle them? It provide simple hashing algorithm and other encryption algorithms such as elliptic curve algorithms. It also have a different consensus method. Using these things, we can eliminate these IoTs issues. Now, the issue of unauthorized access can be tackled by SSH simple hashing algorithm 256-bit has been normally used for tackling the unauthorized access. Encryption can be also enhanced by SHA and ECDSA algorithm for encryption. Now, buggy software issues can be tackled by different consensus method such as proof of work, proof of stacks, and trust issue. Blockchain USB is that is provide anonymous. Therefore, the trust issues can be easily tackled. It provide anonymity. Therefore, no one knows the next who is the owner, real-time owner. Therefore, do not need to have a trust issue. Privacy issues, yes, privacy is also enhanced. Intrusion detection issues can also be solved by using the hash value. Now, coming to the profit that benefits that blockchain has offered in IoTs. It has helped in building trust. It has helped in reducing the cost in IoT implementation, and it has also accelerated the speed of transaction. Means the more transaction can take place in lesser amount of time. Here, we have also mentioned some of the popular blockchain of things projects that are available in the market nowadays, which are commercializing this technology blockchain of things. These basically are working nowadays in supply chain management, as it is needing an efficient methodology for eliminating loss. These are OTA, which is a distributed ledger for execution transaction. Walter change, it is using RFID tag for monitoring the supply chain and storing the RFID information on blockchain. IOTEX, it is using proof of stack for building blockchain infrastructure. Ambrosis, it is also monitoring cargo and cargo ships and their output. IoT chains, IoT chain is a software project which is focusing on enhancing the blockchain performance. Chain of things, it is a laboratory which is also focusing on enhancing blockchain security and interoperability. We have modern.io, supply chain management for blockchain technology. Scoo chain, It is also using RFID tags for monitoring supply chain management, safe security, used in transportation, electricity, and utility industry for security purpose, and autonomy. It is also used for enhancing IoT device security. There are many more such companies or startups which are working in enhancing blockchain of things. Now, whenever we are merging the blockchain and IoT together, we have come across some issues. These issues are still needed to be countered. These include scalability. As different IoT devices have different way of functioning, some required more time, some required less time. Therefore, it is difficult to merge them in a single blockchain, as blockchain has a fixed rate of execution of the transaction and this, and IoTs are variables. IoT devices cause a issue in scalability. Moreover, their processing time is also different, and IoT requires more amount of storage, as we are storing images through CCTV cameras, videos, as this can't be stored easily on blockchain, as the transaction cost will be very high. Other issues include legal issues, as many countries may not find it acceptable to provide a completely anonymous nature to the citizens, and interoperability issues. IoT devices are not very interoperable, such as Raspberry Pi. We can't implement a Raspberry Pi on a C++ program. So interoperability issues are also present. And in the end, security issues, as IoT devices individually are prone to some attacks, such as software or malfunctioning attacks. Therefore, securities can't be eliminated completely. Now, there are some future application of this blockchain of things and IoT blockchain of things merger. These may include in the smart applications, smart appliances such as refrigerator. Consider a refrigerator which can automatically send the grocery lacking in it to its owner or the grocery store without anyone outside knowing it about what is being ordered. And connected vehicles can automatically detect the genuine part that are installed in them, and also prescribe the nearest genuine spare part shop, and direct the driver or the owner of the vehicle towards it. And in supply chain management, supply chain normally we are in the initial phase of supply chain management in blockchain using RFID tag. It can be enhanced furthermore in many more domains. Now, in the end, conclusion. So, present day IoT devices are highly reliable on centralized systems. Therefore, they are inefficient and unsecured. Blockchain is basically decentralized and distributed. Therefore, it can solve these issues related with inefficiency and high cost. Blockchain solution may be implemented by using some digital identity in the blockchains. And what will be the benefit of it? We can also present it as a business model. The most efficient model will be a freemium model. Freemium models means giving basic features to the user for free and charging for the advanced features. So freemium model will make it a competitive, will place it in competitive market easily. And future applications of this technology is unlimited. We are not sure how blockchain will be managing our economy in the future, but we can be sure that it has endless possibilities. It can be used in consumer electronics, automotives, and shipping industry easily. Okay, and thank you, sir. Sir, any questions, sir? Yes, sir.
The choice, the paper is informative.
Yes, sir.
One of the clarification you have made regarding the blockchain technology that it accelerates in the process of the IoT applications. How come?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, if you are embedding the blockchains with the IoT transactions, it is an overhead. So how you can justify this?
Sir, actually, his voice is not audible. Sir, please repeat.
Say embedding blockchain in IoT technologies.
Yes, sir.
One of the justification you made that it accelerates the process, but it seems that it is an overhead in the IoT transaction. So how it is?
Sir, blockchain uses smart contract for executing the transactions. So simple IoT devices such as which are involving fingerprint scanners, they can use the images to be stored in a distributed database such as interplanetary file system, which may store these database, and the encryption can be accelerated, and transaction means fingerprint can be verified on the blockchain easily. So for simple application such as textual and simple fingerprint scanning, blockchain can enhance the transaction speed. But for complex applications such as identifying any face from thousands of faces, blockchain is still lagging in transaction speed.
Okay. Can you justify some medical IoT domain with the blockchain technology? Because it is now trending technologies, medical technologies, and most of the research are going on to secure the patient's databases. So how the blockchains can be used in this domain?
How blockchain can be used in? Sir,
Medical domain, medical IoT.
okay. Sir, basically nobody wants to know their medical history to be revealed to outside persons, whether it's celebrity or common person. We don't want to know that other person may not to know what diseases we are having. So we can implement blockchain for storing the medical images in it, and the encryption can be given to just the doctors, the medical providers, and the patient only. So the encryption may help in securing the medical images digitally. And these images, although blockchain, as per now, blockchains cannot store images in it on large scale. So for storing images, we can use some distributed database, and we can link the database with the hash function of blockchain, and we can include the hash function in the blockchain. So the hash function, whenever called, it will give the images stored in some distributed database, and the doctors or the medical personals and the patient may view the images that are associated with them.
You are UG scholar, PG scholar.
Sir, I am just a research scholar, my first year, sir. Just I am pursuing my coursework.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Let us complete online. Supplied the guidelines to this. Who is correct? So who is important? So you are supplying the guidelines to the presenter. What time they need to take for presentation, questions? 15 minutes. So anybody is tracking time to complete the presentation? Okay. Track your time. Also, once 15 minutes is over, you need to be another. Okay.
Yeah, hello, sir. I'm sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. Just
Yeah.
start.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Avinash Shirsagar. I'm presenting my paper today. It's performance evaluation of proof of scope consensus mechanism on hyperledger. So this will be the overview of my presentation. Uh, First, we'll have some introduction about the consensus mechanisms, then how the evaluation of consensus mechanisms is done. Then we'll go through the consensus mechanism that we have considered in this experimentation, then experimentation and analysis of the result, followed by conclusion. So blockchain, which is the base technology behind Bitcoins, is disrupting the internet, as even though it was started with cryptocurrencies, its applications are widely explored in different domains today. So the consensus mechanism is a core part of this blockchain technology, which actually replaces the presence of trusted third party in the traditional systems when we move applications from conventional systems to blockchain based application or a decentralized application. The problem of consensus mechanism is described by a Byzantine generals problem, where uh, there are certain generals who are surrounding the city and they have to attack the city at the same time, and how they communicate. That is the basically problem of consensus algorithm. Leslie Lamport had proposed a Paxos algorithm way back in 2000, uh, which gives a solution to Byzantine generals problem. So based on this only, Satoshi Nakamoto proposed Bitcoin cryptocurrency in 2008, which is based on blockchain technology as an alternative to current banking system. The consensus mechanism used by Bitcoin is proof of work. The blockchain technology was explored more for finance domain initially, and then the technology which is behind it, that is the distributed ledger, is been explored for different applications. So even though acceptance of blockchain is increasing, it still needs to be explored for efficiency and applicability of blockchain for different domains or applications. These consensus mechanisms have drawbacks like throughput, scalability, wasted resources, security and privacy related issues, high cost of hardware and maintenance, or lack of regulations and governance. That is why it has not been accepted widely in different domains. So we had proposed a consensus mechanism, which is based on proof concept based type of consensus, which uses a scope variable for deciding which block to add to blockchain next, or which block to mine next. So when we propose some algorithm to if we evaluate its performance and compare it with some other algorithm, then we can evaluate its effectiveness. So in case of consensus mechanisms, if we have to evaluate the consensus mechanism, we need to imitate the peer-to-peer network that we have in blockchain network. So as it is not easy to imitate it, many researchers have proposed different mathematical models or queuing theory based models, or even simulators to evaluate performance of consensus mechanism. But with the help of this open source project Hyperledger Fabric, we have tried to implement our consensus mechanism and evaluate it against the other available consensus mechanisms. So Hyperledger Fabric is an open source blockchain platform which is developed by Linux Foundation and IBM, and it has built a modular architecture which offers plug and play modules for consensus mechanisms. So it has a membership service provider and ordering service provider. These two services are the main part of the consensus mechanism. The consensus in Hyperledger Fabric forms in these three steps: endorsement, ordering, and validation. So basically, endorsement defines the policy on which participant will endorse the transactions. Then ordering, it orders the endorsed transactions for validation, and the validation stage, in validation stage, the transactions are validated and added to the blockchain ledger. We have implemented our proof of scope algorithm on Hyperledger Fabric using this endorsement ordering and validation services. Plus, to compare this, we have used Raft and proof of work ETHASH consensus mechanisms, which were already available in Hyperledger Fabric and Besu. We'll just have an overview of the proof of scope consensus mechanism which we have proposed. Here we have used a variable scope and status in the blockchain header. So the blockchain header will look like this as shown in the figure. So this scope is a normally distributed value which is assigned to every block when a miner starts mining the block, and depending on its values and similar blocks in the blockchain, the blocks are validated and added in the blockchain. So whatever transactions are there added in the network are added to the transaction pool. So we'll just go through how these blocks are formed. So once these transactions are added in transaction pool, the transactions are collected to form a block. If the current status of the block is true, then block transactions, unvalidated block transactions are collected to form a block. Its status is put to false. Scope is allocated to it by trusted softwares, and then hash of the transactions is being prepared so that it will be added in the header of the block, and then the mining process happens. If the mining is successful, then the block is added in the blockchain. Otherwise, miner starts mining next block. Now we'll just go through the mining process. The function of mining is given over here. It takes the new block and the previous block for mining the new block. So if the previous block has a status true, that means the miner has updated status of the ledger in the network. Then he can proceed for the mining. Otherwise, it looks for the updates in the blockchain. So it verifies the transactions from new block, and if an identical block is found in the blockchain, then the here actually the lower miner with lowest timestamp of the block prevails. So its scope is been added by the scope of the higher timestamp block, and if that block is final, then that block status is converted to true and is added in the blockchain. If some identical blocks are found, then these are resolved, which for resolution of the forks we had proposed using the scope and timestamp in different scenarios. So we'll just go through the Raft and proof of work ETHASH consensus mechanisms before we proceed to experimentation. So Raft was proposed as a simplified solution to the Paxos algorithm. It has member nodes, candidate nodes, and leaders. So whenever candidate node, whenever a member node sends a heartbeat to the different nodes in the network, leader has to reply back to the heartbeat. If a reply is received, then the leader's time is increased, and then otherwise election happens in the network. So if a candidate wins the election, it receives a majority vote by the other servers, and it continues as the leader of the network. The leader then sends heartbeat messages to prevent any new election, and it establishes its authority and starts to serve client request. If this heartbeat message is not been sent, then it is considered that there is no leader and election starts again. On failure of heartbeat messages, election starts. Then proof of work ETHASH. It is a planned version of proof of work consensus which is designed for Ethereum. So in ETHASH, seed is calculated from the header of the block, which is used from pseudo random cache, which is of 16 MB, which is then converted, can be converted into 1 GB size to have a set of hashes. Then this data set is stored by miners and full client of the network. But as this data set can be generated from cache, Data points of this data set can be generated from cache runtime, and small slices of it can be hashed together. So there is no need to have complete data at once. It can be generated as and when required. So it actually reduced the hardware requirement or the storage requirement which was there in original proof of work. So this way it is not required to store whole data set. So in experimentation, we have implemented our proof of scope consensus mechanism on Hyperledger Fabric, and we have used Caliper to evaluate its performance. The performance metrics that we have considered are transaction latency and transaction throughput. Transaction latency is the time between the transaction is being added to the or introduced to the network, and it is being validated and published in the network. And the transaction throughput is the number of transactions those are validated in per unit of time. So for experimentation, we had considered two systems with slightly different processors and a difference in hardware considering RAM. So in first system, there was 8 GB of RAM, and in second system, there was 16 GB of RAM. Ubuntu 18.04 operating system was used in on both the systems. The workload in the network was consisted of transactions for smart contract to transfer assets from one peer to another peer, and it was configured to make sure that every node in the network participates equally. This workload was varied from 100 to 10,000 transactions, which were introduced per second of the time. The network was mainly consisted of two organizations with 5 peers each. So these are the experimentation results for system 1 and 2. Actually, I have represented them in graphical format here, so it will be better to go through this only. So as the maximum latency gives overall understanding of transactions processed by the network. So maximum latency with throughput we have considered over here, as it is like, so whatever transactions are being added in the network, the actual time at which it is validated, that is important for us. That is why we have considered maximum latency. So here we can see that for different assets, when it is 100, the time is actually very low, as the systems are idle and there are only 100 transactions. So those were served quite in less time. So we can see that for since 1000 transactions per second are being added, we can see the difference between the latency of the three algorithms which we have considered. So if we consider here the performance in terms of percentage of the time that is being taken by these algorithms, the performance of the proposed consensus mechanism is 38.49% more than that of proof of work Ethash, and is around 22% more than that of Raft in terms of latency. If we consider throughput, the performance of the proposed consensus mechanism is around 11% higher than that of Raft and around 21% higher than that of proof of work Ethash. So here we can also observe that this the throughput is basically decreasing when we are increasing number of transactions. This is basically because as the number of transactions are increased, all these transactions are sent in per second of time. So it basically increases the overall computation that is happening on the system. And since we have limited hardware, we can see the throughputs are decreasing. But even in that case, the throughput which is given by our algorithm or consensus mechanism is higher as compared to the other ones. So lastly, I would like to conclude that in this paper we have done experimentation of our proposed consensus mechanism on Hyperledger Fabric, and the results are being published over here. These are my references. Thank you, sir. Any questions, please?
Again, one of the another informative things. So have you implemented these algorithms?
Yes, sir.
So what are the major components to measure the performances in this algorithm?
Latency and throughput. Apart from that, we have also seen the utilization of CPU and RAM, but we haven't considered this for this experimentation, as we were basically focusing on the time that is taken to process the transactions.
So in the endorsement phase,
Sorry, sir.
write the policy, right?
Sorry, sir.
Endorsement phase,
I didn't get you. In?
while measuring the performance. In the endorsement phase, you are defining the different policies.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So whether the policy quantum affects on the performance of the algorithm?
No, sir. Actually, we haven't gone deep in that. We have considered all these three steps together, but that we can do that in our next step. So basically, we have considered these three steps together as consensus, and have done evaluation on that only.
Basically, what are the things that you define in the policy? What are the contexts? What are the fields?
Sir, we have considered the transactions and asset values that we were using for endorsing the transactions.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
This is like last online ticket. Start in the physical presentation.
If you want to attend, if you want to attend and listen to the physical presentation, you can stay. It's okay.
Hello, is me audible? Hello, 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 hello. Is me audible? Hello, is me audible? Hello. Is me audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Yes, me audible, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, thank you. चालू होता रहे.
Yeah, what is your paper ID?
Hello.
Mr. SN Gunjal, please tell us your paper ID.
22.
Right, 22. So you'll be also doing online presentation, right?
Yes, sir.
Be ready for presentation. We will start in 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, sir. Whether I can share the screen?
Kashaf, just a minute, sir. Kashaf, are you there in the meeting? Kashaf, are you there? एक कौन है चंद्रशेखर?
Yes, sir, I am there, sir.
Yeah, Kashaf, you just tell us your paper ID.
68, sir, 68.
68, na?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine, thank you. Be in the meeting.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are not audible. Can you please tell your paper ID in chat?
You unmute yourself, Kashaf. Mr. Kashaf, you unmute yourself first. 133.
Hello.
Yeah, we got it. 133, right? Yeah, thanks.
Yes, 133.
Okay.
Okay, just wait for.
Okay.
We will
Okay, be in the meeting.
Okay, sir. I'll wait.
6% already. Good afternoon, all of you. Let's be with us, our session chair, Dr. Sunil B. Mane, currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Engineering and Information Technology at CUEP Technological University, Pune. He has a more than 19 years of teaching experience. His areas of interest are data privacy, cybersecurity, data analytics, and machine learning. He has worked as a nodal center head of Smart India Hackathon from 2017 to 2020 at CUEP Nodal Center, organized by MHRD and AICT New Delhi. He has over 40 research paper publication. He is a member of board studies. He has delivered many invited expert lectures. He has organized many workshops. He is serving as a co-chief investigator for the Information Security Education and Awareness ISEA project, Ministry of Information, Government of India. He also conducting a corporate training in the domain of machine learning, data analytics, and artificial intelligence for employee at various levels of leading manufacturing industry. He has worked on various sponsored research and consultancy projects of many industries and organizations. He has worked as an academic expert on AICT EOA scrutiny, EBA committee, and worked as an evaluator for RPS model proposal of AICT New Delhi. He has worked as an academic expert on state DT scrutiny committee for starting new engineering MBA programs. Welcome, sir, for this session. This is the small token from the conference.
Okay, so paper number 22 start.
Make them up.
Yes. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
So my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. S.N. Gundar. My paper title is Clustering and Machine Learning Approach for Big Mart Sales Prediction. Paper ID is 22. The content of my presentation is introduction, literature review, material and methods are used for the development of the application, then result and discussion, and conclusion, and last, the references. The sales prediction is one of the most important activity. Is followed by number of organization to predict the sales of the different product so that the organization can manufactures the different kind of the product as per the requirement of the customer. So that as per if the prediction of the sales, if there is any problem or if the prediction of sale is not proper, then ultimately the organization may get loss. Okay, so that accurate sales prediction model is most important and essential for the seller, so that on the basis of the sales prediction, the organization can also decide the what kind of advertisement they can do so for the selling of their product and how to earn the profit from their product. The quality of sales prediction approach in this case is one is that predict the future of the sales based on the histological data. Based on the histological data, the organization can predict the sales in terms of the product which are get sold in the market by, and on the basis of the product which are get sold in the market, they will decide what kind of advertisement we have to do, so that and it will identify what kind of loopholes may we get occur in terms of advertisement. Okay, so that the product will not get sold in the particular period of time. For that, here the number of the number of sellers can uses the sales prediction model, okay, to decide to predict the sales in the particular period of time. Yeah, here this verse suggests the clustering based forecasting methodology for predicting the sales by fusing the clustering and machine learning technique. Here, here in this method, the first we divide the training data into the groups using the clustering techniques, which group the data with some comparable features or the patterns, and then after that the forecasting model for each groups are then applied using the machine learning techniques, and it was trained using the machine learning algorithm, so that the trained model are used to test whether the predicted result is correct as per the actual result what the organization are getting. And because of the sales data reflect the similar data patterns or feature over time, the presented clustering based feature forecasting methodology can enhance the forecast accuracy and the prediction accuracy of the sales. Here the three machine learning techniques are used. Like first one is generalized linear regression, second one is decision tree and gradient boosted tree, and two clustering techniques are applied, okay, to cluster a data into different groups like self-organizing map and the k-means clustering. This technique here, the fusing of clustering and machine learning technique to predict the sales of the product in the future. Here, the literature, in terms of the literature reviews, I have studied some papers as a part of literature reviews. The first paper is, the title of first paper is Sales Forecasting by Combining Clustering and Machine Learning Techniques for Computer Retailing. Okay, this in this paper, the k-means in this paper, the k-means SOM and GSOM are the three clustering techniques, and the support vector regression and the extreme learning models are the two machine learning algorithms are applied, okay, to develop the clustering based forecasting model for the computer product sales. Okay, here on the basis of these three clustering techniques and two machine learning algorithms, okay, they have predict the sales of the computer product. And here the author occurred is good in terms of the clustering with JSON. Then after that, the next paper is sales forecasting of retail store using the machine learning techniques. Okay, in this paper, they are using the variety of forecasting methods as multiple regression, polynomial regression, regression. There are various regression techniques, and some boosting algorithms are used. That is, AdaBoost and gradients boosting tree are used to maximize the accuracy of the prediction. Then next one is the clustering based sales forecasting scheme using the support vector regression. Okay, in this algorithm, the clustering based sales forecasting scheme is developed, okay, on the basis of the support vector regression model. Here in this scheme first uses the k-means clustering algorithm to partition the whole training sales data into the several disjoint clusters, and then for each group the SVR is applied to construct the forecasting model. Then after that, for testing a given data, the three similarity measurement are used to find the clusters which the testing data belongs to. And after that, the next paper is self-forecasting of computer product based on variable selection scheme and support vector regression. Okay, in this paper, the author in this study, combines the various variable selection method and support vector regression to conduct the hybrid sales forecasting model for computer product, and they evaluate the feasibility and performance of proposed approach. Okay, in this study, the compiles the weekly sales of the data of the 5 computer product like notebook, liquid crystal display, mainboard, and hard etc. They have performed.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, there are 7 to 8 minutes more left for you. So can you please wrap up fast?
Okay. Then hybrid machine learning model for sales prediction. They are in a hybrid machine learning models. The author uses the light GBM framework and XGBoost framework to build the sales forecast model. In these first two models are built separately on these three frameworks, and weight is assigned all the prediction of these two models and perform the model integration. And here the integration models has characteristics of two models at the same time, and it shows the better predictive abilities. Here the proposed clustering based forecasting scheme is mentioned here in this diagram. Okay, here big bar sales data set is given as an input to the system, and here the data preprocessing, feature engineering, and data preparation. This step, the various steps are followed in the prediction of the sales. Okay, first one is data exploration, and second one is data preprocessing. The preprocessing is applied over the data so that the data is in normal forms. Then after that, we have applied the clustering algorithms like K-means and SVM is applied as a clustering algorithm here. Then after that here, after the clustering, we applied the machine learning algorithms. Okay, machine learning algorithms, we applied the three machine learning algorithms we applied. First one is generalized linear regression model, and second one is the decision tree, and third one is the linear regression. Okay, three algorithms, gradient boosted algorithms, three algorithms we applied over the training data set to build a model. And after that here, we applied the after that we have performed the testing over with the actual data to predict the result of the cells. And here here we have done the comparison of the three algorithms, and we have identified which algorithm gives best accuracy in terms of prediction of the cell. Here the detailed procedure of training phase is summarized in following steps. Okay, there are 4 steps we have followed. Okay, in order to develop the training models for the sales prediction. In the first step, we have given the training data set. Okay, that is gathered from the previous sales data with a certain period of time. We have collected a data from the data set, and here after that here we have applied the clustering approaches used to divide the data into the number of partitions. Okay, with the forecasting data set, we have formed the number of clusters. After that, we have developed the forecasting models, and that forecasting model is trained by using the various machine learning algorithms. 3 machine learning algorithms we have applied here to train the model, and after that we have performed the testing over the data. In testing also we have applied the 4 steps. In the 4 steps we have applied we have used the data for the testing, and here in the testing phase we have used the equivalent distance to find out the distance between the actual result and the predicted result. Then here after that the experimental evaluation. In the experimental evaluation, okay, it shows the experimental evaluation we have evaluated the algorithms, that is generalized linear regression model, then decision tree and gradient boosted tree. Okay, in terms of accuracy and error rate, the performance here we have mentioned the performance summary of machine learning algorithm with K-means clustering algorithm, and performance summary of ML algorithm with the SWAM algorithm. Here the gradients linear regression models give the accuracy 56.03 and error rate is 43.97, whereas in terms of K-means and decision tree gives 58.46 and error rate is 41.54, and gradients boosted tree gives the accuracy rate is 95.84 and the error rate is 4.16. And in terms of, if you compare this accuracy with the SWAM algorithm with ML algorithms, in that case the generalized linear model gives 64.25 and the error rate is 35.75, and after that decision tree gives the 71.30 and 28.70, and after that gradients boosted tree gives 98.20 and 1.80 error rates. Okay, if you see here from this comparison, the best combination model is SWAM with the ML algorithm with SWAM clustering, okay, with GBT gives the higher accuracy as compared to other combinations. Here the comparison of ML algorithm with SWAM clustering is shown. in graphical form in terms of accuracy and error. After that, here the comparison of ML algorithm with k-means clustering also shown. And after that, here at the last, we are going to conclude our presentation. Okay, in this study, we have evaluated the algorithms with highest performance by comparing the results using the data set of retail sales and the several algorithms. We have used the three algorithms, okay, for the prediction of the sales. As a comparison of different approaches is defined here. Additionally, we came with the conclusion that the model which is gradient boosted tree with swarm is giving the highest accuracy as compared to other algorithms. Other machine learning algorithms also introduced here to model or to increase the accuracy and cleaning and analysis of the done is more effective in terms of the accuracy. Here, gradient boosted tree algorithm, which has the highest level of forecasting and future sales prediction accuracy, was shown the best predictive model in terms of the prediction of sale, and to develop the most prominent advertising model. These are the references we have referred for development of the system. And thank you. Last.
Okay, Mr. Gunjal, am I audible to you?
Yes.
You are not mentioned the year of publications during your literature survey. You are summarizing, right?
Yes, yes, sir. Hello, in
What
references.
was
In
your
reference,
conclusion
sir,
out of the literature survey? What was the
Sir.
conclusions?
Sir, in references, I have mentioned.
No. Literature survey about.
No. In literature, sir. Sorry. In literature survey, I
There is no
forgot.
any summary of literature. What are the gaps you found? What
Okay.
types of lacunas were there in
Yes.
the right? All those
Yes,
things
yes.
are missing, right?
Yes.
During your presentation.
Okay. Yes, sir. Next time I will. Okay. Incorporate all the things.
Okay, and one more thing is you are not justified the reasoning for the clustering algorithms.
Okay, sir.
What are the reasons why we have selected only the clustering algorithms? Why?
To improve the prediction accuracy of the system.
Reason.
Instead of applying the machine learning algorithms over the whole data, we have clustered the data into the number of groups, and we have applied the machine learning algorithms over the individual groups.
But how the accuracy is getting increased?
Because of here in the group we are identifying the similar atoms.
So how it is going to contribute to the
comparable
accuracy?
features.
How it is going to contribute to the accuracy?
Hello.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
How it is going to contribute to the accuracy?
Sir, it is got contribute to the accuracy because we are identifying instead of working over whole data, we have just identified the groups which having some comparable features, and that groups we have made by applying the clustering algorithms.
Okay, so what is the data set that you used?
I have used the data set from the Kaggle.
What is the name of it?
Name of the data set is the BigMart data set, sir. BigMart
data set. So you are
Yes,
not mentioned what are the various fields, what is the data size, what the details about the data set.
Okay, that okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
true,
then,
sir.
so you said finally, while concluding, you said gradient boost technique is efficient, right?
Yes.
Why it is efficient?
Gradient boost technique is efficient because it work in the it work from the weak learner to the strong learner.
No, why only gradient boost? Any reason behind it? Why it is giving good accuracy?
Because it work recursively, sir.
Okay, what about your own contribution in this work?
Hello.
What is your contribution, overall contribution in this work?
In the development of the two algorithms.
Which algorithm?
First one, general linear regression and the decision tree.
These algorithms are already existing, right?
Sir, we have done the
You
comparison.
just use those algorithms, right?
Sir, we have applied. We have combined with this. We have applied this algorithm with fused with this algorithm with clustering techniques.
What do you mean by error rate?
Hello.
What do you mean by error rate?
Error rate means a difference between the actual result and the predicted result.
So what is the formula for it?
That is the formula is I applied the Euclidean distance formula.
You have not mentioned that formula in the presentation.
No, sir. That is not. Sorry.
Okay, that is all from my side. Any participant would like to ask questions?
You can stop presenting your screen. Next, please present your screen. Uh,
53.
Number 53, please present your screen.
Paper ID.
Paper ID 53.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, sir. I will incorporate all the changes in the next
All right.
presentation.
Yes.
In my next presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Paper ID 53. Can you please present your screen?
Thanks.
So actually, this 53 left.
53. Next. 68.
Paper ID 68. Please present your screen.
Yes, sir.
Please present your screen.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries.
Before you start the presentation, let me tell you brief about timing. So you have 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question answer round.
Okay, sir.
So now you can start it presentation.
Okay. I, PNRL Chandrasekhar, Associate Professor from Geetam, Visakhapatnam, is presenting the paper Prediction of Cryptocurrency using LSTM and XGBoost. My overview of presentation is abstract, introduction, proposed method, experimental setup and analysis, and conclusion and future scope. So in the digital currency, it creates many opportunities for profitable cryptocurrency investment. The investors then can see the price fluctuations and all, and they can invest their money. But the high instability of the Bitcoin made the cryptocurrency trading worthwhile. So it needs a secure mechanism to forecast the cryptocurrency price fluctuations, because when it will be more and when it will be less, it's very difficult to predict. So algorithms such as in literature, so the algorithms such as random forest, Bayesian, and LSTM neural networks, these will analyze the price fluctuations through historical data and predict the prices. So in this paper, we analyzed the few shortcomings that we identified from the LSTM neural network and explored some how we can overcome those shortcomings that we identified. And also, we also predicted the cryptocurrency using the extreme gradient boost algorithm, which is a machine learning algorithm. And through this algorithm, that we find that the error rate is lesser than the LSTM model. So introduction. So nowadays the cryptocurrency is very widely used. It's very it's in a using the cryptographic method, it's protected, and it is renamed also by means of this cryptographic methods only. But whenever there is something in digital, there is a chance of attacks. So blockchain technology is very based on the cryptographic methodology to keep track of all Bitcoin transactions and provides the highest security against the misuse or leak of cryptocurrency data by eliminating fraudulent activities. So the cryptocurrency ecosystems relies on blockchain technology to enforce security. And then here our focus is on the predicting the cryptocurrency. The primary issues that we consider is that the pre-processing data plays a significant role because we need to explore and analyze the price fluctuations, and based on that we have to take decisions, and then selection of appropriate parameters that will govern the model building process. So any inaccuracy in predictions can lead to a surplus flow of investments, leading to an unstable and undesirable economic crisis. Actually, what happened that in the past that there are some investors, they become very richer and richer because they carefully predicted the fluctuations, and some becomes very poor and poor in this market. So the objective of the proposed work is to analyze the Bitcoin market and explore the price fluctuations and predict the Bitcoin so that the investors can invest in a right manner. So then we identified some shortcomings of the LSTM existing network, and we try to reduce the training time as well, and we also incorporated the XGBoost algorithm to reduce the error rate of LSTM algorithm. So the proposed method is like this. So first we collected the data from Kaggle and then pre-processed it, and we have a detailed exploratory data analysis. And then before the training, building the model, that we split the data into training data and testing data, and then we compare with the actual prices and the predicted prices, and then we come to the final conclusion. So here we use two models. One is the LSTM model, it's a neural network model, and the extreme gradient boost machine learning algorithm model. These two models we use to predict the Bitcoin. So using the LSTM model, the training data is 80% and the testing data is 20%, whereas the XGBoost algorithm, we use 70% for the training data and the 30% for the test data. Because the XGBoost built-in optimized functionalities further divides the training data into training and validation sets. And the comparison, we used RMSE, root mean square error. We're using this metric and R squared metrics. Based on that, we analyzed the evaluation of performance of these two models. And for the experimental setup, and then the data set we obtained from the Kaggle with the help of coin market cap, and it consists of 15 different files for each type of cryptocurrency, and each file consists of almost near to the 3000 rows, and we collected from the range of 2018 to 2021. After careful selection, that we chose some fields, around 10 attributes in the model, and this is we use univariate and bivariate analysis for before the data will be split into the training and testing. And once we analyzed it in the year 2021, there is a high fluctuations are there. In that also, when we analyze with a month wise, that during the month of November and October to the December, there is a fluctuations are more. So the prices reached the highest in 2021, estimated around $65,000 US, with an average growth rate of 84.61. So then we go for LSTM model building. So LSTM is neural networks. It is one of the recurrence neural network. It can store the past information and use them to predict any future sequences. And we use Keras and TensorFlow Python libraries. And we used the sequential Keras model to stack the layers. And we used 4 LSTM layers like LSTM layer, dropout layer, and single dense layer, and activation layer. Then while training the model, 100 epochs with a 32 batch size, we found a drawback in the LSTM because after even if the loss function comes to a constant, but still the LSTM model has to complete its iterations. All the 100 epochs has to be completed. So now in our data set, that what we understand is that after the 30 epochs, that the loss function becomes constant, and the remaining 70 function it has to iterate. So then after we understand it, that we incorporated a early stopping process from the Keras library, And then what the early stopping method will do is that once it identifies that there is a constant loss, then it stops the epoch, so that we could able to save the training time. So that's what that here in the left hand the screen, that without the stopping, that all the 100 epochs it has to run. But whereas with the early stopping, that after the 30 epochs, that we could able to stop the training process. So even if we stopped at the 30 epochs, then the training and the predicted and actual prediction, the real values and actual prediction values will almost will not find any deviation. Then, but what that is another disadvantage is that the LSTM model requires a lot of resources, and it actually consuming the training also. And the hardware of LSTM tends to be inefficient. Sometimes it overfits. What happened is that we found the accuracy is 99%. Then we understand that there is some overfit is happening in the LSTM algorithm. So we go for extreme gradient boost machine learning algorithm to predict the data. Then since from the data points that in the range 2018 to 21, the recent growth will be more effective. So here using the XGBoost, that we split as a 70% and 30%, because it has the built-in capability to conduct cross validation checks. So here also using XGBoost algorithm also, this plot gives that how the original values as well as the train and test predictions are happening. So there is very good results that we found. And
Chandrasekhar, last 1 minute to wind up your presentations.
okay, almost completed. So using the LSTM, that we found RMSE as 0.1 and the performance is 99%. We found that there is some overfit is there in the LSTM. So we when we apply with the XGBoost, then the error rate is reduced a lot by 0.02, and the performance also dropped 86.80%. So there is a conclusion. There is a great need to analyze the behavior and social activity toward the cryptocurrency market for better predictions for the investors. And we analyzed a few shortcomings from the LSTM, and we added early stopping process to reduce the training time. And we also employed XGBoost algorithm so that the performance is dropped, so that the overfit will be overcome. And the proposed work can be extended to run on different data comparing consistency, and we can also use hybrid models so that we can have a accuracy. So these are the references, a few references that I thank you very much for.
Okay, thank you for that good presentation. Dr. Chandrasekhar, what is the necessity of using only these two algorithms? These two models, LSTM and XGBoost.
Actually, many models also there, sir. But when we go through that, LSTM is the widely used model, sir. So that is the reason that we started with LSTM model. But we found the drawbacks of the loss function. It has the more training time, more complex, and then we first applied the early stopping process so that we reduced the training time, but the overfit that we found. So then that we started studying the different algorithms which can overcome the overfit. So we gone for the XGBoost algorithm, and this machine learning algorithm will give them much better accuracy than the other algorithm. So that we applied here, and we found that the error rate is reduced, but the performance is fall down, but the error rate is reduced a lot.
So what is the data size of this data set?
The data set contains 15 files we took, sir. Each data size is 3000 rows, sir.
Total size? Total size?
15 into total size is per year, this kind of 3000, sir. For 4 years we took 12,000, sir.
No, either number of records or in GBs, you can say.
Sir?
The memory size required for storing this data set. Memory size, it should be in GBs, right? GBs or either in GBs or number of records. You have to tell us. How
3,000
many
records.
records were there in the data set?
Sir, 12,000 records are there.
12,000 records.
Yes.
So for 12,000 records, do you think deep learning models will work?
Actually, we worked for 2013, 2013 only, 2000 from 2013 that we worked for it, sir. When we go for the XGBoost algorithm, we reduced the data sets.
Okay. So how this prediction will help for the community?
Because actually the people are investing in the Bitcoins, the cryptocurrency, when they can able to analyze like when we observe it in the month of October, November and December, the fluctuations are more. Like if you can invest in those months, and if you are very careful, then we can earn the profits, sir.
So one can just find out the downfall of the cryptocurrency.
Yes.
Okay. So whether they will really people will like to invest in this.
Yes, sir. Then that means like when they are not careful, they like they become they lost so much, sir. Because it is happening in the it's real in the real time also it is happening. Like some of the people that who carefully observe these fluctuations, they become richer because they invested in a right time and they. But those people are not careful of these predictions. They become very poorer also, sir. So that's the reason these predictions will help for the investors. It's mainly help for investors.
Okay. Okay. What future scope for this LSTM and XGBoost? You are not compared any existing state of the world. What will
Because
be
because LSTM is itself is the already defined model, because when many ones are there. So whatever the data set that we applied, that we showed those results only, sir, in the LSTM.
Okay, that is all from my side. If any participants are having any questions, they can ask. Participants? Thank you so much, Dr. Chandrasekhar, and all the best.
Thank you very much, sir, for encouraging me. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice questions that I could able to think more also, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Over to the next presentation. Is 53.
It's 53 here, paper ID 53.
92.
Okay, paper ID 92, please present your screen.
Good afternoon, sir. Just a second, I'm sharing the screen. So is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohul Sani, and I'm from Gurgaon University. My paper ID is 92. And my topic for today is hybrid and efficient charging of electric vehicles. So, not wasting any more time, let's begin. Contents of my presentation are going to be introduction, problems, methodology, and experimental results, future scope, application advantages, result, conclusion, and obviously references, all revolving around the topic hybrid and efficient charging of electric vehicles. So as we all know that electric vehicles are growing in immense popularity these days because of the maybe we can call it the price concerns, or people are concerned over the carbon emissions and pollution levels generated through the traditional vehicles. So that's why electric vehicles are growing in popularity. For EV charging, power infrastructure is required, which we currently lack in our countries. only a few bigger metropolitan cities currently have the infrastructure to provide maintainable charging system for the EVs, like big cities like Pune, Bengaluru, Noida, Delhi, all these cities. So to make electric vehicles to the reach of each and everyone in our country, we need a very good power infrastructure for that. The vehicle can be affected badly if charging mechanism is not managed efficiently. And in while we are proposing some the techniques in this paper, the many of people, like we have already seen many kinds of e-rickshaws that are prevalent in our country today. What happens is they charge it through their household electricity, and their battery goes bad within a few months only. So it's quite a loss to the pocket also. A hybrid and efficient charging mechanism is proposed in our paper, in which we will be charging through electricity and also through the renewable sources like solar PV array or solar energy in this concept. Let us take the example of this bar chart. In this, we have taken the traditional gasoline or the petrol vehicles as the basis, and comparing to that, we can see that electricity based vehicles save up to 75% of our money to the normal individual. Like this E85 is the current petrol that we are getting in India. That is the ethanol mixed, 15% ethanol mixed petrol. It only saves 10%, but as the fuel prices are rising due to the global effects and globalization effects, it is not sustainable today. So the problems associated with the charging systems is power quality issues. We have seen several power quality issues like voltage fluctuations, non-regular supply, and excessive heating of the battery. So these power quality issues lead to the excessive heating of the battery. We all know that in India, mostly the northern part of our country, not even northern, the central part of the country, there is immense heat in the summer season. So that is another reason that can damage our batteries, since lithium-ion batteries are used in the electric vehicles, and also no data monitoring is available to the customer, to the user, about what's happening to the battery or how's the battery health at the specific time, real time. And also excessive heating of the battery and other things. One point is cell failure. Like we all know that a battery is a mixture of multiple cells. So even if one cell goes bad, the entire battery or the entire electric vehicle can go bad very easily. And also variable output from the battery, that is a consequence of the cell failure. So the methodology we are using in this paper are electricity consumption for EV charging can also be done on low rates during off-demand hours. We have seen that in many countries or many places in the country, the electricity is determined on peak hours and the happy hours. In peak hours, the electricity price is really high. So it is seen that most of the people don't tend to not use as many as their equipment during that time, because it obviously affects their pocket. And to make EV user friendly, we are proposing all these schemes. The proposed scheme is a hybrid energy storage system which involves a PV array, a battery, and a supercapacitor. So coming on to methodology and experimental results, we have used a fuzzy logic in the charging of the EV depending upon the state of charge and price of electricity. In this table, we can clearly see that the two inputs are state of charge and price of the electricity as in the peak hours and happy hours. So if the state of charge is low and price is very low, then obviously we are going to charge through the regular supply. But when the state of charge is low and the price is very high, it is very less chance that we are going to charge through this electricity, and automatically our fuzzy logic is going to switch over to the solar supply or the additional supply which we are using through the renewable source. This is our data of 4 months in 2020, in which we can see total cost of energy used in the country using the charging stations. not taking too much time, let's move further. Now, methodology and experimental results were another part. So the supercapacitor part of this project is source supply circuitry. This is a source and supply circuitry in which we have the source and diode is connected. So what happens is this supply charges a supercapacitor and we can charge the battery real quick. So what happens is in EVs, we require fast charging, and also due to the large size of the motor used in the vehicles, the discharging is also really fast. So everything has to be done fast because it's the time of modernization, and everyone has to save time somewhere to invest it somewhere else. So this supercapacitor charging can be a good option for this. Future scope of this project can be reduction and utilization of non-renewable energy sources. As we can see, it's causing pollution and all. It is very cost effective, simple, reliable, efficient, and comfortable. And also transport revolution is also coming by. As we can see in Delhi, the transition is being done from switching the CNG buses to electric buses, and also zero emission, because electric vehicles cause zero emission while they're running. Obviously, there are more safer driving options compared to the traditional vehicles. Like in CNG cars, many of us have seen they to be exploding and all while the CNG filling time, and also while at the petrol pumps, while filling the petrol and all. At high temperatures, the petrol catches fire and calamities happen. And increased opportunities for battery and storage manufacturers. Since EVs run on battery, the storage and battery manufacturing industry will get a huge boom in our country, creating employment and generation of revenue. So application advantages are simple. EVs are run by electricity instead of typical fuels like petrol, diesel, or CNG. The electric car batteries can be charged for reuse. Surprisingly, the fuel price of EVs can be as low as only 1.1 rupees per kilometer, as compared to the 7 or 8 rupees per kilometer to a very simple car, small car. Electric cars are 90% eco-friendly as they run on electrically powered engine. 90% we have said because electricity is currently majoritarily produced through the thermal power plants in our country, which in the end produces some smokes and emissions that causes some kind of pollution to the environment. Also, electrical car runs on electrically powered motor, hence there no need to lubricate the engines, causing low maintenance. Like we don't have to get periodic services to these vehicles. Also, they are really quiet.
Okay, can you just conclude your work?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
As a result, to add up to the job, several studies indicated various charging methods and types of batteries which can be used to improve the results. EVs can be used in since they cause zero emissions and are simple, reliable, comfortable, and cost effective. So conclusion of this paper is going to be charging of the EVs are found to be crucial. So it is proposed for the usage of bridgeless isolated power law converter. Charging stations, unlike gas stations, have to be improved, which can be done through hybrid charging methods, as said in the paper. Controller-based charging using supercapacitors for fast operations, and also the concept of off and onboard charging. Off-board charging is like additional charger is applied to the car, and onboard is like there is a circuit inside the car that provides charging through simple means. These are the references. And thank you very much. I kept the presentation concise so that for the time.
Okay. Yeah, I have a few questions from my side.
Yes, sir.
So, whatever the things you have discussed throughout, okay, I could see that most of the things are very generic in nature, and the importance of EVs, then efficiency of the EVs, and so on and so forth. What was your contribution mainly in this?
So actually what happened is we have introduced a fuzzy logic, which would be very time consuming to explain in this presentation right now. But everything else has been included in the paper that we have submitted. And the fuzzy logic and the charging methods have been discussed in detail in that paper.
Okay. And why this fuzzy logic is helping for the charging? Can you just answer?
Yes, sir. So the fuzzy logic is just switching between the as I discussed this table. Wait a second. This table, sir, when the SOC is high, and obviously that kind of combination when it sets, when it is not economical, the fuzzy logic automatically switches between the what we call the solar energy into electricity or electricity into solar energy intelligently.
Okay. So, what is the basically that switching? How exactly it is going to help? Can you
Sir,
just reiterate?
so, yes, sir. Sir, what happens is in many parts of the world, electricity is supplied on the basis of the timings where it's peak time or happy hours. So in peak times, the electricity price is really high, and in happy hours, it's quite cheap. So that most people use that time to use heavy electronics, and for this reason, this fuzzy charger is used, and also to reduce the dependence of renewable sources to non-renewable sources.
Okay. So, whatever I pursued, how can we just prove this technique is working well?
Sir, it is obviously we can sorry, we can already.
On paper, it looks good. Okay, but how are you going to demonstrate or in real life?
Yes, sir, I'll answer that. It is a part of our future paper. So what happened is we already have it working as a hardware model. We are constructing it, and it will be ready soon. So it is currently in a development stage, and it's gonna be working by the end of the year also.
Yeah, and while talking about the results, you have just shown that table, right? Which was not giving much, idea about how your system is working, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the results of this, the evaluation of this particular technique,
Yes, sir.
I think that evaluation is not up to the mark.
Okay.
And you said the power quality aspect is lacking, right? Did you
Yes,
handle that thing here as well?
what, sir? Can you repeat?
The power quality issue was there, right? In the
Yes, sir.
literature you have written, right?
Mm.
Power quality. So how can you handle this power quality issue in your proposed solution?
Sir, in our solution, we are using voltage regulators and devices like thyristors that will be uh, regulating the voltages coming from the solar panel, because as we know that it depends on the solar luminance, and also through the supply voltage. Sometimes, most of the times it's perfect, but sometimes due to faults in this utility power plant and the distribution systems, the intelligent switching between them is the most crucial part of our paper.
At the same time, the battery heating issue.
What, sir?
How to handle this battery heating issue?
Battery. Yes, sir. I'm going to answer that. In the paper also we have mentioned will be using cooling method. Various kinds of cooling methods are proposed in the paper, in which what happens is we are using aluminum heat sink, many kinds of liquid cooling methods, and air using liquid cooling methods are being proposed in the paper. They have been proposed in the paper.
There is no any comparison with the existing state of the art work. Okay, so since that comparison is not there, we cannot say whether we are, I mean, you are performing good or bad or like that. So that the comparison benchmarking has to be there, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is what is missing in your work.
So sir, we'll be adding it. We can always add up to
Yeah.
the
So that is what is important. Okay. So that is all from my side. The questions. If any participants have any questions, they feel free to ask. So the one participant is asking, what is the maximum battery life?
The battery life depends on what kind of battery we are using. Like in our hardware project, we'll be using uh, approximately 10 ampere hour batteries. So if our motor will be taking 10 amperes, it will gonna last for 1 hour. Obviously, the size of battery will determine how much it will gonna last. A big battery will last for longer duration and small battery for shorter durations.
Okay, thank you so much and all the best.
Paper ID 128, can you present your screen?
Sir, audible? The screen is visible, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon to all. This is Aditya Chore. My research topic is name entity recognition for Hindi language using transform model, that is XM Robot, under the guidance of Dr. Vinod Pajgare sir. So here are some table of contents. So let's start with the introduction. Firstly, we have to know that what is NLP. NLP stands for the natural language processing. Basically, it is a field of artificial intelligence that enables computer to understand human language that is both spoken and written. Then what is deep learning? Deep learning, basically, it is a subset of machine learning and artificial intelligence. Basically, it works with the artificial neural network, which are designed to imitate that how human thinks and learn. Then what is NER? NER stands for the name entity recognition, which is used to extract the entities from the sentences, that is location, organization, person, and many more. Then what is XM robot model? XM robot stands for the cross-lingual language model, robust optimized bus approach. Basically, it is a multilingual transform model and it is capable of processing text from separate 100 languages. And it is patterned on 2.5 TB of common crawl data. And it allows us to high quality result even if we have a low resource data set and no resource data set. Then what is fine tuning? Basically, it is a process to take a model which is already trained on one model and then tune or twerk that model to make it used for second similar task. Then data set. My data set name is a Hindi Purpose data set. Basically, it is not publicly available. So it is a TXT file which contains the 5,000 sentences that is Devanagari sentences, and it is made from the 14 plus call recording from YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, etc. And that audio files are converted into the transcripts. So next is the literature study. So these are the papers which I have gone through it. First is attention is all you need. So in this paper, the author they presented transformer is a revolutionary basic network design with no recurrence for convolution. And then next paper is a improvised transformer network for low resource English Hindi code mix language from scratch. So they propose a improvised transformer network that learns word and character embedding from scratch and beneficial in processing low resources Hindi English code mix language. So next paper is Chinese name entity recognition with BERT. So in this paper, the author they have used BERT to train Chinese character embedding and connected it to the radical level representation and put it into the BGRU CRF model. The next paper is towards deep learning in Hindi NER, an approach to tackle the level data scarcity. So in this paper, they have described an end-to-end neural model for name entity recognition, which is based on bidirection RNN LSTM. The model is built on semantic information in the form of word vectors, which are trained using on unsupervised learning approach from an unannotated corpus. So this is the research gap. So first is that there haven't been many NER initiatives for Hindi language like Hindi. And then second is an English NER system cannot be used directly for Hindi since some variables such as capitalization are not available in Hindi. As in Hindi languages there are matra and all like that. Third is there is a lack of big label data set as well as standardization and scaling variants. And then fourth is to improve the presence of Hindi on internet and accurate Hindi NER system is required. So then next is a problem statement. So this research try to extract entities based on the context of data using XM robot model. For example, my College of Engineering Pune mein padhta hu. So many NER system recognize as a College of Engineering Pune as a one entity, and another and second is recognized as a Pune as a second entity. But I have made this model to recognize as a College of Engineering Pune as a one whole entity as an organization. And the use case of this research is that like a customer support. So, for example, in rural area, many people don't know how to write sentence in English, but they know how to write sentence in Hindi. So this NER system can so the people can write their queries in Hindi. So the so this NER system can fetch the data and extract the entities like a location, person name. So send it and then send it to their relevant areas, locations, and resolve their issues. So then objectives. So first is to study various transform model for NER. Then second is create a data set having entity with text. It is also called as annotated corpus. Then third objective is build a model to extract entities based on the context of data. And then next is a proposed approach. So let's first is a start, then literature survey, then collecting data sets, then tokenization, removing punctuation, then frequency matrix. So these are the pre-processing steps. So in tokenization, so it is the process of converting the sentence from sentence into the words. Then remove punctuation. It is the process of remove punctuation that is from the sentence, that is comma, quotes, and question marks like that. The frequency matrix. It is the process of calculating the number of occurrence of each words in the corpus. Then creating a separate data set of entity with text, that is a 237 sentences, that is also called as annotated corpus. Then split the data set for training and testing. Then train exam robot model with trained data. So here you can see that the exam robot architecture. At the bottom side, you can see that the sentence Aditya आपका नाम है क्या महोदय. So at the initial level, we have to convert this word into the word embedding. So these word embeddings are passed to the encoder. In exam robot model, there are total 12 encoders. So each encoder generates word contextual embedding by using the self attention mechanism. So first, at the initial level, the word embedding are passed to the first encoder, then generates the word contextual embedding, and then pass it to the second encoder. So like that, so after 12 encoders, we got the most contextual word embedding, and then pass it to the softmax activate function. Then based on the probabilities, we got the results. So then testing with test data, and then accuracy. If accuracy is satisfied, then we have to conclude. Otherwise, we have to increase the number of sentences in the annotated corpus. Then is pre-processing steps, the loading of corpus, then then tokenization of corpus, then removing punctuation in corpus, then frequency of words in annotated corpus. So here you can see that this snippet of annotated corpus. So here you can see that how I label my data set. So for in the first sentence, you can see that chala raha hu, IDBI, BNO, bank ka. So here you can see that the entity IDBI, that is stand for, and it labeled as a BNO. NO stands for the name entity of organization. And here you can see that the B stands for the beginning. And then in the second sentence, you can see that BNEN and INEN. So here I stand for the intermediate. So here I have used B and I for the to resolve the bigram and trigram entities. So here you can see that the description of any text. So I have used total 9 entities. That as the NEO, NEP, NEB, NEN, NEM, NEL, NEA, NETI, and NED, and they are corresponding their full form, name, entity of organization like that, and corresponding their examples. So here you can see that these are the examples which are available in my annotated corpus. So result. So I have used 3 metrics to evaluate my deep learning model. That is the first precision, recall, and then F1 score. So precision, so it gives the percentage of positive identification that were right, and recall means it gives the percentage of true positive that were successfully detected. Then F1 score, and F1 score means basically it is a harmonic mean of precision and recall. Then result. So here you can see that the comparison among the precision, recall, and F1 score of each entity, which is shown in below figure. Then this is the formula of precision, recall, and F1 score. And here you can see that the FP, TP, FN, and TNR stand for the false positive, true positive, false negative, and true negative respectively. So these results. So here you can see that the two sentences which is related by my model. So in the first sentence, the model recognized 3 as a BNM, But in the second sentence, the model recognizes three BNN based on the context of the sentence. Here you can see that in the first sentence, 3 rupees cut gaye. So it acts as a measurement. That's why it recognized as a BNN. NN stands for the name entity of measurement. But in second sentence, you can see that the 3 number dial code. So either here 3 act as a number. That's why it recognized as a BNN. BNN. NN stands for the name entity of number. So here you can see that the result, the comparison between my work with the previous work. So at the bottom side here you can see that my work, exam Robert current work. So that is the precision 0.821, recall 0.875, and F1 score 0.806. And conclusion. So in English and other major languages, many NR systems have been deployed. However, there hasn't been much work done on Hindi language. In this research, the author proposed a method for fine-tuning NR with annotated corpus. 9 entities have been recognized from the sentences. The obtained F1 score micro and F1 score micro are 0.96 and 0.80 respectively. And the future scope of this research is that using a larger dataset will increase the system performance and scope. And as a result, more generic Hindi NR model has been developed. So here we have some references, and thank you.
Just can you highlight on why the transformer-based models work well for such problems?
So, sir, can you repeat your question?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So can you just elaborate on why the transformer-based models works well for such problems?
So basically, sir, transform model contains the encoder and decoder, sir. But the transformer which I use, that is the XM robot model. So basically, sir, there are another transform model which I can use, sir. But sir, I have choose XM robot model because, sir, it is a capable of.
I'm asking why transformer-based models.
Yes, sir, yes, that's why I'm explaining, sir. Because the transform model, sir, we can do because with the use of transform model, we can avoid the log dependency, sir. To avoid the log dependency, because when we use the transform model, sir, so we can give the direct sentence to the model. So we can so all the words are run with the at parallel level, sir. So for the we can say that all the words for the training at parallel, sir.
Can I just go to the objective slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What is the size of data set that you have created here?
Sir, actually, sir, my data set is a TXT file, sir. So it contains the 5,000 sentences at the initial level, sir. So after that, sir, I have converted into the annotated corpus, sir, which is I have done labeling by manually, sir. So at the annotated corpus, there are total 3,000 tokens, sir.
Okay. Did you publish that data corpus?
No, sir, not, sir. It is not publicly available, sir. That's all.
Just go to the results slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So various different methods, named entities have been compared, right?
Yes.
Why not some existing algorithms you have compared?
Yes, sir. So these are the previous work, sir.
Which
so
one is yours? Which one is yours?
Sir, last one. So at the bottom. Some Robert current work. So the previous work, sir, so these papers have recognized only 3 entities: organization, person, and location. But I have made this model to recognize total 9 entities, sir.
Okay. That is all from my side. Any other questions from the participants?
Should I stop sharing, sir?
Yes. Last
Thank you.
112, can you please share screen? Sorry, 112, please stop. Is there anyone 133 paper ID? With paper ID 133? Yes. Vishwas, can you please share your screen?
Okay, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Kashaf Khan, and my paper is on machine learning approach to analyze road accident. The paper ID is 133.
Your screen is not visible.
Yes, oh, what happened? Uh, there's there is the team detail. Team leader name myself, and team members are Anmol, Vartiga, Shreya, Anjali, and our guide.
Your slides are not showing this. Can you please put it on our slides, slideshow?
So now is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
And sir, I switched now. I switch to next slide. So is it visible? The introduction slide.
Yes, that slide it is visible to us.
But sir, I switched to introduction one to confirm. Other slides are invisible, right? Okay, no, I should do like I should stop slide sharing. Do like that. Abstract. So the abstract is about the major issue what we face. We face the accidents in mostly on all parts of the world. It is to avoid these accidents. We need to see what are the root causes. So we have the uh, data which is downloaded from the Kaggle. About size is about the 300 MB, and the data is of up to the 2021. So by the help of the past data, we will see what are the patterns or what can be the problems people face, or what are the reasons for the accidents are going in any place. Introduction. In modern era, the roads and transport have become very everyday need and part of human life. So it becomes a very common thing for human life to travel or to transport anything. So researchers and scholars are working to reduce these accidents with the help of the technologies and to avoid injuries, death, loss due to accident, because the human life is very important as compared to other non-living thing object. So the main purpose is to save lives of the human beings. And problem statement. Different parameters have different impact on the road accident. So different you can say environment or different conditions and how the driver is driving the vehicle. Different vehicle have their own riding style. These all the say conditions we will see, uh, which can be a major role in the accident, and we will find out whether there is a correlation between these parameters or not. If it is found, then it will be much easier to see the root cause. Suppose in the particular data set, it is have varieties of different environment, states, people, place. Data is collected on large scale. That's the main purpose of picking up the this specific data set, because it contains different states of people. People live in different places. They have their own different style of living, culture, and different environment. So by studying them, we can find out what are the things which lead to these accidents and other factors. Data set preparation. So the preparation is very intense and must be accurate. Otherwise, it will lead to discuss analysis. So for the good analysis, we need the data set to be good and accurate, and not a false information is provided. So the data, this is the structure of data set processing. First, we have to collect the data, which is in the form of a data set, then cleaning the data, and then visualizing the data. After that, analyze the data, apply algorithms, and predict the result. Data collection. The data collection is done by many steps, like by surveying, or we have downloaded the data set from the Kaggle. So the survey is already done by the traffic authorities, uh, which have the record, and they kept the record for a long time. So after collection of the data, we just import the libraries and that CSV file to fetch the data. Data pre-processing. It is a technique used to on the simple raw factual figure into the some useful format, which can be very effective and efficient. So these facts and figures, they helps to convert convert into some very useful, you can say, information, which can be very effective and efficient. So he can, if it is must be very accurate, otherwise it will lead to misleading the results. Data cleaning. Data cleaning refers to the missing value, noisy values that can affect quality of data set. So the process of removing corrupt, incomplete, null values, or fixing those values is known as data cleaning. Here you can see there is a lot many data which is missing. So this can be done by the help of math formula of using median or mean formula. Data exploration. After the all previous step, we explore the data, and we can see in exploring that there is a high peak and it goes down, then again there is a high peak. So this time is nearly about to in 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and after that it goes down. Then after in the evening, near it goes up. So it clearly says we can say that the increase in accident when people go to work and coming back. Here's the another exploration which is against the week. So we can say there is a high accidents on the working days compared to the weekend days, which shows there is a reduction in accidents when people having holidays as compared to the working days.
Sorry to
So,
interrupt you, but you have 2 minutes to set up your presentation.
okay, sir, done. Uh, Data exploration. This shows the distribution of accident according to area. The more dots means the more accidents happen in that particular place. So there is a this one is also showing the accidents in a more, you can say, bright. The more red color shows the accidents happen more in that area. So the conclusion, awareness, what can be the conclusion? Awareness is a way of reducing the stress, accidents, which is more likely to help to avoid in most cases. If we aware about the accidents happen in the highly rated area, so that this help people of that particular area to be alert, and they will drive carefully, which help in reducing the accidents, and which will be more and the progressive data help in more and more to reduce over the process repeat over and over again, which will lead to reduction in the accident cases. Thank you.
What is the data set you have used here?
So data set is from the US case accident from the Kaggle. It was about 5 years of data.
What is the purpose of this analysis?
So this analysis helps to understand why the accidents happen. So we can see in the visualization that the accidents mostly happen while people going to their work and coming back. So at that time, people be aware about this. We people will be more careful while driving at that time, and also there is one more comparison that in the working days, people the accidents are more as compared to holidays. So this also helps by awareing that. Also, we can help people to be so that they can drive carefully, which will help in.
Did you succeeded in your objective?
Sorry,
Did
sir.
you able to find out the exact reason of accident?
Sir, yes, sir. That's the reason, because the going work
See, going
is the
work
most.
and coming back is a problem.
So
Is it
sorry,
a
sir, I
problem?
couldn't hear.
Going to work or coming from workplace, is it a problem?
Sir, this is not a problem. The problems are
So what is the
accidents.
reason
So
behind that accident? That reason you are not find out, right?
yes, sir, the going to work is the most common thing. So at that time, at least people can reduce, and if the people are careful, they can reduce.
See, once again, I repeat my question.
Yes,
What
sir.
is the objective of your analysis or your work?
Okay, sir.
First of all, tell me the objective.
Sir, to analyze and to find the root cause of the
What is the
accidents.
reason?
Why?
What is the reason behind this or objective behind this analysis?
Sir, to save human life, because accidents lead to death.
Okay, again, I am repeating the same question. Did you succeeded in your objective? Have you able to save lives?
Sir, in practical way, I can't say, but in the theoretical way, there is.
See, my suggestion would be like whatever you are doing, it should have some objective, and that objective we should succeed at least, or not completely, but at least tends to 100%, right? We should try for it, right? That is what I feel.
Okay, sir.
Okay, and you are using
Okay.
American data, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the use of it in Indian scenario?
Sir, Indian data is still in the process. So the data, American data is already available. So I use that data. In the future, Indian data can also be in the use. It become more accurate, like the American data is accurate.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I don't find the relevance of this work to the accidents and so on. Okay. So next, I think my suggestion would be like you have to make it more relevant,
Yes,
more
sir.
closer to the problem, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Any other questions from the other participants? Okay, thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, 110 paper ready. We will take your presentation just after one offline presentation.
This is the
Sir, can we leave?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I'm a research scholar of KLS GIT Belgavi College. My guide is Dr. Harish Kanchana. He's a professor in the same college. He is also Dean Already. And another good guide, Dr. Umakan Kulkarni, who is also professor in the sixth department of HBD College. Please. My paper ID is 94 and the title is Analysis of Various RPL Protocol Objective Functions. Analysis of various RPL protocol objective functions for quality of service paradigm. This paper is a small extension of my PhD work. I have published third journal paper is under review. So 3 journal papers and around 6-7 including this one, maybe 8 conference papers regarding my related to my research work. So my research work is related to the RPL protocol, which is mainly used for the routing of IoT applications. These are the contents. First will be title, then the introduction to my research work, the motivation behind that research, the literature survey, and the research methodology. After that, the result analysis. Conclusion is also there, and then the conclusion. The title is Analysis of Various RPL Protocol Objective Functions for Quality of Service. We'll just take a brief introduction of what is exactly IoT. IoT is known to all of you. IoT is Internet of Things. This is now I can say it is the extension of a wireless sensor network where the sensor network is connected to the internet and each and every object is connected to the internet, and that's why we call it as the Internet of Everything also. So this is the core concept of IoT, a layer model, same like as a TCP/IP model, and in that model, the physical and MAC layer is used by the IEEE 802.15.4 standard. Then there is the adaptation layer. Then the next one is the network layer, where we are using IPv6 along with the IoT communication. The next layer is the transport layer. Our common favorite protocols, TCP and UDP, both are used in IoT communication also. And the application, there were 6 LoRaWAN specific applications we are using. So my research work is mainly focused with the RPL protocol. It's a routing protocol for low power boosting network. This is the standardized methods related to the RPL, the RFC, everything is written by the role group, the role working group of the IDF. So this is what the basic introduction of the RPL protocol. Then there are a lot of protocols related to each and every layer. I will not go in detail with that. My main work is related to the RPL, but a lot of different protocols are there. Related to the data link layer, so many protocols are there. 802.15.4 is the main standard. 2.11 is also used. Wireless HART, Z-Wave, Bluetooth Low Energy, ZigBee, LoRa. LoRa is also very commonly right now used in so many IoT applications. LDA, weightless DCA, ULE communication related to the wireless standards. Then the network layer routing protocol, in that also along with the RPL, CORPL, cognitive awareness RPL, CA, which is related to the content aware routing protocol. So these all different versions of the RPL are available with the network layer. Then the network layer encapsulation protocols, 6 LoRaWAN 60, IPv6 over G.9959, IPv6 over BL. Then the transport layer protocol, application layer protocols are which are again very common. So this is just an introduction. Then the motivation behind this is that each IoT application is having its own need related to the quality of service. So to find out how to fulfill that quality of service need, the path should be found very carefully or maybe with the quality of service aware. So that is what exactly a main motivation behind my research. Okay? And there are a lot of focus related to the industry also, and academia was in the. And lot of motivations I just mentioned here, okay? Because we are using IPv6, so redesigning a routing protocol for IoT is required. All our IPv4 protocols will not be useful for the IoT communication. The requirements are different. Variable traffic rate is there, limited resources are there. Communication with respect to these battery constrained devices is also another one critical issue. So all these different issues are considered as motivation for my research. A lot of different literature. Lot of different papers I have used in my literature survey, but few are just mentioned here. So one is the maximum lifetime analytics in the IoT. So lifetime is also very important quality of service parameter in the IoT. So this paper I have referred, and in that paper the different methodologies related to the focus with respect to the maximum lifetime is mentioned. The second paper is also the lifetime analytics for the IoT network, and then also the author have analyze considering the various routing protocols and parameters related to the IoT applications and IoT network. So these are again related to the same application oriented IoT applications. Then the main methodology is summarized in following steps. First one is the study of existing RPL protocol. The second one is the designing of all RPL different objective functions designs. These all designs are already published in my journal papers. The first one is a content aware objective function. Second one is a residential energy aware. Third one is a ETX and energy aware objective function. It's a composite. Then the ETX energy and content aware objective functions. Then along with the enhanced triggering mechanism, the two composite matrix designs are again used. Okay, so these are the various objective functions I have already designed. And I'm just analyze these all objective functions in this research paper, which is there in this conference, with respect to a network lifetime, latency delay, EDR, energy consumption. So what are the different challenges of the RPL we have already discussed? There is a standard two objective functions are available for the RPL protocol. I have designed the new objective function just I mentioned with it by using some parameters. So I will just discuss this with the one diagram. So this is my proposed diagram, or I can say a block diagram for the designing of various RPL objective functions, where I am using this energy, content, and ETX. Okay, and the single and composite metrics are designed. I used the Contiki operating system and Puja simulator. It's an open source tool for my research work. So this is the just snapshot of that particular simulator and the operating system. You can this is called as actually emulator, so you can upload this code to any hardware. I have already worked with this one. I use the hardware from the IISc Bangalore. So this complete code I can upload with the hardware, and I can just check that how exactly my code will work. So this is the Puja simulator which I have used, and the result analysis is done in this paper only. The first analysis is done for the quality of service parameter, latency delay, packet delivery ratio, energy consumption, and mainly for the two composite metric designs as I just mentioned. The second analysis is for all the objective functions, only for the network lifetime. So these are the some simulator parameters we need to give. With respect to this scenario only, my all the analysis is done. So mainly so many parameters are actually having an impact with respect to the performance. The main parameters are number of nodes, the communication and preference range, and the period value. Period value means the data rate I am just varying. So all these parameters I have used and I have summarized in the results. So the first is latency delay. So in the first diagram, the number of nodes are considered. In the second diagram, the transmission and receiving communication range is considered. In the third diagram, I have considered the period value, which is changing the data rate. So the different variations are there with respect to the performance. But only two composite metrics by using an enhanced timer triggering used. So all these design details are there in the journal paper. So I will not focus those design details here in this presentation due to time constraint. So the second parameter is the packet delivery ratio, where again the same parameters are considered and how exactly the performance for the packet delivery ratio is there, that is analyzed. Then the energy consumption, which is also important parameter. These all quality of service parameters are very important with respect to IoT application. Then the network lifetime, which is very important. How many nodes will drain out after 1 hour simulation? So I have done this analysis for various configuration and so many times, and the average I have just shown in this table. So for all my designs, all the objective functional designs, how many number of nodes are drained out? So this is what exactly shown in the result. So my conclusion is related to this particular conference paper and this small research is that the content-based objective function gives better result for the latency and energy consumption, where the residual energy gives better result for the PDR as compared to the default ATX parameter, which is there in the RPA. The design of a composite metric energy gives better result for the latency, where the ETX and energy combination is suitable for the energy sensitive application. So my main focus related to my research is that there are so many requirements for each IoT application. So which combination will be suitable for the particular IoT application? That is what exactly I have analyzed and I have summarized in that. All our RPA objective function performance is satisfactory for the various quality service parameters which I have considered here. And this small analysis definitely will helpful for the researcher who are doing the research in the RPA protocol for the quality of service parameters in the IoT application. So after that, this is about myself. So many papers are there. References. If you have any question. Time constraint, I have just finished so many things.
What is the long term for RPA?
Routing protocol for low power Lucy network.
Low power.
Low power Lucy network.
So what are the various service quality of service parameters you have considered other than this latency, energy?
So mainly these three are considered. Just because of that, I have done the literature survey, and so many papers are mainly focusing with the e-health, smart health application, and all those where the reliability is important, where the packet delivery ratio is important, where the latency delay is not considered. In some application, latency delay is important. If you just go with any industrial IoT application, where delay is important. So in that way, these are the main 3-4 quality of service parameters I have considered, and with respect to that, the analysis is done.
So apart from these three, what are the others available measures?
Available measures. So mainly, this is what exactly just I have added, extended the network lifetime. It's the one. Then the communication capability or the topology is also another one. So which topology you are using, the sensors, how they are connected with each other, that is also affecting with respect to the performance. So these all parameters are important.
So how do we measure this network lifetime?
Network lifetime, that I have done the analysis so many times, and how many nodes are drained out their energy. So if the energy is 10 milliwatt, so after 1 hour, how many nodes are drained out their energy? So those nodes I am just calculating.
So how to measure it? I mean, the energy.
So there is, I use the
All-
simulator.
everything is-
The code is written with respect to the RFC. So request for comment for each protocol is already mentioned. With respect to that, the code is written. So I need to find out that how exactly those nodes are working with that simulator. So understanding that code and then changing the parameters and then getting the results. And after that, I have used it with the hardware also, so that I understand that how exactly. All the codes I have not uploaded with the my TeleOS B mode actually I have used.
How much is the relevant of this code which we have written in the simulator and the code which we execute on the actual IoT?
That it is relevant completely, because each and every code is written in that
I
simulator.
mean, considering the performance of both.
It's same. You can upload the same code with your hardware and then you can work with that hardware. The standard modes are available which are in the market, and those modes are there in the simulator also. So you can, I have directly worked with the Sky mode. Sky modes are already available in the market, and I'm using the Sky modes in the simulator. So they are performing the same. With the real scenario also.
So there is no any variation.
No, only the time constant, because the simulation times are different and our real time are different. So that is what.
So you said you analyzed various protocols, RPL protocols. So what are the protocols?
No, only RPL protocols. RPL
RPL protocol is a single protocol or
yes, single
contains
protocol.
a
It's
package
only
of
it is only one routing protocol for the IoT.
Hmm.
Same like as our register, whatever the routing protocols we are using, IP version 4 and the standards related to that. Same related to that. For the IoT, there is a one standard routing protocol that is called as RPL. But in that RPL objective function, so many researchers have done some their research, and the various flavors of RPL are available in the market, because it's open source. Now everybody when finish that research work, it is available on the portal.
Can you just go to the results slide? So what are the various conclusions out of this? What do we pursue?
I pursue that. No, there is no
Just go
such
to
a
the result code.
no, there is no such a comparison. But for all the objective functions, the performance is little bit different. So once after this analysis, we can find out or we can predict something. Maybe after this all analysis, that for this application, this objective function is suitable. So this is just
Go back to
analysis.
the energy consumption. What this gives us?
So these are
What is that?
out of these all objective function designs, only two composite metric designs I have analyzed here in this research paper only. This one was. So for the number of nodes, I have analyzed these two composite metrics, and the energy consumption with respect to these two are just compared.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any other questions for the audience? If they are there. Go to the only one is there. Let me present.
110, please present your screen.
Please stop sharing.
Hello, 110, paper ID, are you there? Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so present
Yes, sir. My screen
Okay.
is visible.
Screen is not visible.
Hello.
Hello. Your screen is not.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Are you able to listen?
Hello.
Now let's. Maybe she's having some ideas. Yeah, Falguni, can you listen to us?
Hello.
Hello. You are audible.
Hello.
Hello. I'm audible to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Falguni,
She can't hear us. The voice is clear. Hello. Please check your message.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
hello, you are audible.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, you are audible.
Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Please share your screen.
So can I start?
Yes, yes, yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, you are audible. Please share your screen.
So now my screen is
Not yet.
visible.
Not yet. No.
Can you hear us? Falguni? Are you using mobile?
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you. You start your presentation. Falguni, start. Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
हाँ सर काय होते
एका मुलीचा प्रॉब्लेम आहे ती ट्राय करते
हाँ हाँ हाँ
जॉइन करायचं
शेअर होते का शेअर
आपली शेअर होते
मोबाईल वरून मग बोलले ना
मध्ये तू बोलण्याचा प्रयत्न करते
ते मोबाईल वरून आपण बोललो
तुझा नंबर आहे का
मेसेज करेल ना. काय नाव फाल्गुनी दत्ता. ग्रुप तयार केले ना ऑनलाईन कॉल करायचं ना. हा हॅलो फाल्गुनी काय प्रॉब्लेम आहे पीपीटी ओपन करू शकते का शेअर करू शकते का होते का पीपीटी शेअर होते का
झाले होते मगाशी पीपीटी झाले होते शेअर हॅलो नाही मगाशी झालेली होती शेअर करायचं ना शेअर केलं होतं तू तो झाली होती आम्हाला दिसत होतं व्यवस्थित
हाय काय कर
आवाज फक्त तुझा प्रॉब्लेम आहे आवाजाचा कुठं कुठं आवाज येत होता
पीपीटी शेअर कर and you can talk to the mobile हा प्लीज
व्हिडिओ बनवा व्हिडिओ दे असं सांगा म्हणजे तुम्ही म्हणतो व्हिडिओ
व्हिडिओ असेल बाकी होत नाही ना हाँ पीपीटी शेयर करना प्लीज हाँ पीपीटी शेयर कर आणि मोबाईल थ्रू माझ्या बघ ओके कॅमेरे पेपर घेतले ना हाँ प्लीज हाँ एकच मिनिट हाँ ऍडमिट
हाँ आता शेअर कर प्रेझेंटेशन. पूर्ण फुल स्क्रीन शेअर कर तुझी. शेअर हा.
हॅलो.
तू काय मोबाईल वरून कनेक्ट करते का फाल्गुनी? मग काय? हो इकडे जॉईनिंगच दाखवतो. रेकॉर्डिंग पॉज करा.
हा पॉज करा रेकॉर्डिंग. एकच राहिले हा. हा प्लीज. हो कर ना मोबाईल. ओके.
लास्ट मोमेंटला ती बसते असं झूम इन्स्टॉल करतात. अशी असतात त्याला.
हे घेऊन जाऊ का मग?
मोस्टली मुलं मोबाईलवर करतात. बऱ्याच वेळा मोबाईलला काय ते मेमरी लक्षात येत नाही. स्लो झालेलं असतं ते इकडे येत असतं.
ते आता मोबाईलवरून जॉईन होते. आहे
व्हॅलिडिटी किती?
5 वाजता. हा सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्युशन.
हार्ड कॉपी देणार
हार्ड कॉपी आहे. येस.
हो.
तेव्हा मला तुमची सरप्राईज जेव्हा सरांचं काय झालं नक्की आम्हाला कळलं.
ते कोणालाच काही कळलं नाही.
सावंतचा पेमेंट कळलं.
सगळे त्याचा फोन होता मला टिपिकल कडे सरांचा. हो 3-4 दिवसापूर्वी आम्ही भेटलो होतो त्या ह्याला एका कार्यक्रमात.
आम्ही कसे कॉलेजचे सगळ्या इश्यूज
हा काय झालं फाल्गुनी? हॅलो.
हॅलो
हा बोल बोल ऐकू येतं तुझं.
सर स्क्रीन विजिबल आहे आता?
स्क्रीन नाही आहे काहीच. काही शेअर केलेलं नाही तू.
सर शेअर केली पीपीटी.
नाही तू शेअर मध्ये जा ना. पूर्ण
हो
फुल
शेअर
स्क्रीन
मध्ये.
शेअर. नाही केलं शेअर.
ओके ओके सर करते एक मिनिट.
परत एकदा कर.
हो. हॅलो.
हा बोल. दिसतंय.
हॅलो.
हो विजिबल आहे. बोल तू सुरू कर.
हो ठीक आहे सर.
प्रेझेंटेशन सुरू कर तुझं.
हो ठीक आहे सर. गुड इव्हनिंग टू ऑल. I am feeling very privileged to present my project paper in front of the all dignitaries present here. Myself Falguni Jatta. I'm from MIT WPU University and a student of second year MTech, specialized in communication network and software. And my paper topic is blockchain-based Internet of Vehicle system under the guidance of Anjali Espadikar ma'am. So these are the flow of my presentation. So abstract is the vehicles in the Internet of Vehicle system build the vehicular network through the wireless communication technology and dynamically provide the different services through the real-time driving information broadcasted by the vehicles. So the vehicle driver can share the distance, location, and the accidental information between vehicles, which improve the overall safety and the efficiency of the system. Problem statement is to develop a system for the Internet of Vehicles using blockchain technology. The introduction, attackers can collect and analyze the vehicle broadcast information to steal and they even directionally track the owner through driving trajectory, and it brings a serious security risk. So this project proposes a blockchain-based privacy protection system for the Internet of Vehicles. So the system combines the blockchain with the Internet of System to design safe and efficient two-way authentication system through the AES encryption algorithm. And it which also solves the central dependency problem of the traditional Internet of Vehicle system with blockchain technology. And here we are going to use the Java programming language for data language, and for database, I use MySQL. These are some objectives of my project. That is, develop a model for the Internet of Vehicle system, encrypt the data using AES algorithm, to get the sensor data using wireless LAN, to detect accident using vibration sensor, detect location using GPS, and sense the distance of the rear end vehicle using the ultrasonic sensors. So these are some paper which are referred as a base paper. So first is a network model for Internet of Vehicles based on SDN and the cloud computing. So in this paper, author proposed a network model for Internet of Vehicle based on software design network and the cloud computing. Then third paper is Internet of Vehicle for the smart and safe driving. So in this paper, author gives the idea to utilize the Internet of Vehicle dashboard cameras to enhance the control and accident prevention. Then smart logistic vehicle management system based on the Internet of Vehicle. In this paper, author present a smart logistic vehicle management system based upon the Internet of Vehicles. Then optimal resonant beam charging for the electronic vehicle in the Internet of Intelligent Vehicles. So in this paper, author analyzed the relationship among the optimal power transmission efficiency and the source power and the output power and the beam transmission efficiency. And then a network model for the Internet of Vehicle based on SDN and the cloud computing. In this paper, author proposed a network model for Internet of
You can skip this.
Okay, sir.
Come to your work.
So, next slide is with and without obesity. So, first paper is the innovation and the development of Internet of Vehicles. So, in this paper, authors state that the vehicle can easily exchange the information with other vehicles and the infrastructure. So, the development of the Internet of Vehicle will greatly improve vehicle safety, and it promote the green information consumption and have a profound impact on the many industries. And second paper is for the Internet of Vehicle based on blockchain. This is a research on the application of blockchain in Internet of Vehicle insurance. So in this paper, authors said that along with the advantages of the Internet of Vehicle, blockchain improves the transparency, security in the system, and the data shared in the network will be secured, and the security is given by the blockchain technology. And due to its feature of the decentralization and the use of cryptographic techniques. So this is a basic block diagram. These are some sensors I use, that is ultrasonic sensor, GPS, vibration sensor. This is a node MCU controller, and here database 1 and database 2 is a decentralized database. So first the data will be collected from the sensors such as ultrasonic sensor, GPS and the vibration sensors. So this data will be transferred to the servlet using wireless LAN. So servlet will accept this data and will store in the database in encrypted format. So the data will be stored in distributed pattern, and admin can log into the system and can able to view the information. So methodology. So decentralized data, it means we are going to show the representation of the decentralized database using wireless LAN. So here we will have the two systems which will carry the same database. So both the database will get updated simultaneously whenever any activity will occur, such as registration, updation, deletion, and the transition. So the significance of decentralized database is such as if any of our server is hacked, we don't lose our original data. And for database encryption, we use ES256-bit algorithm. So system requirement is for software, I use JDK, NetBeans, and MySQL. And in hardware, I use HDD, 250 GB, RAM, controller, and the various sensor like the ultrasonic sensor, GPS, and the vibration sensor. So these are the specification of the hardware. So the reason of the blockchain technology I used in the paper. So blockchain is a decentralized ledger, and due to its feature, VCT is an immutable, transparent, and secure and anti-hacking system. As there is no any centralized authority, so there is no chance of the corruption. Also, as the system is distributed, even if any of the server is hacked, it can't be removed from the system. It can be removed from the system, and again the whole system will become secure. So due to the use of the cryptographic technique, VCT maintains the database in encoded format, which can also understood by the authorized receiver only, and hence make it more secure again. So this is a basic comparison of the various algorithms, that is AES, 3DS, and the DES. So this is software implementation part. This is a basic login window for the admin. After the login page, the admin will receive the message like login successfully. So this is about dashboard, and here I designed the three tabs, that is the dashboard, vehicle, and the logout page. So in vehicle tab, I had two sub tabs, that is add vehicle and the show detail. So this is a screen for the add vehicle. So here admin can able to add the vehicle with the vehicle ID, vehicle number, and the vehicle type. And in the show vehicle tab, admin are able to show the information of the vehicle which is added previously. And this is the MySQL login page. This is a decentralized database.
Okay, what are your results? Can you just show me the results?
Yes, sir. So this is a hardware result in Arduino ID.
Okay, and yeah.
Final blockchain implementation, sir.
So, what is the use of this Internet of Vehicles?
Sorry, sir.
Use of Internet of Vehicles.
So your voice getting break.
Yeah, what is the use of Internet of Vehicles? What is the use?
Hello.
Am I audible?
No, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. You can conclude. You can conclude.
Yes, sir. Thus, I tried to implement a system for the Internet of Vehicle system using blockchain technology, and the blockchain technology will assure the transparency in the system. So I use the controllers and the sensors. So the sensor will communicate with the server through the wireless LAN, and the programming language to be used as the server side, that is Java. Or the JSP and the servlet technology will be used. So MySQL will be used for the data storage, and wireless LAN will be used for representation of the distributed database.
Okay,
And these are some
thank you.
references.
All the best. Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you so much. And all the
Thank you,
best.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Yes, you can leave. Thank you.
Okay.